so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Neely Burrow. Please bring Lot 1, Class L401, Black OPB to the show ring. Our judge for today's show is Mr. Dan Lane from Elkader, Iowa. Mr. Lane has been married to Peggy for 26 years, and they have 2 children, Keaton and Melody. He runs 20 sows, has judged 19 state fairs, including Houston, San Antonio, Oklahoma Youth Expo. He works for JBS and Northeast Iowa County College. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Lane.
Well, certainly my pleasure to be back. Just an outstanding opportunity to be with you a year ago, and I was very much looking forward to the opportunity to return, and really appreciate that ability to get back. Really a great set of dark OABs to get us started, and I think you got to get to these 3. I think these 3 kind of separate themselves from the drive, and they're the big, stout, mature ones that have shape and look and balance and have the right kind of proportions and I think do things well. And then I guess as I start pulling apart and studying them, there's some differences inside of them, and I'll talk about them a little bit. My preference is the predominantly white bear here to my left to win the class, and I think if you study that one relative to the drive, that's really the big forearm square made one that's really good at the base of his chest. You study him coming out of the top side of his blade. That one's the truest on the top side of his skeleton. He matches from the top to the bottom, from the center to the back, from the top of his hip to the bottom of his surface. That one is as square, wide, and bold, and yet very good when you get off the side of him. His shoulder and hip mallets really well. Put him in motion. That one handles his hip and hind leg well. He handles his shoulder well. He's got a great big forelimb. He's really stout and wide and bold, yet really got a great big look. I think his advantage over the barrel that comes in second, the young lady here to my right, is he's just a little bit deeper in his flank, a little bit square when you get right on top of him. Probably goes to the surface just a little bit wider and bolder. This one too has got a great big forelimb and got a big hind leg when you get behind him. He too's got some shape when you get on him. Maybe not as square and wide right there behind his blade as we find in our eventual class winner, but I think one that every bit is good from a muscle shape and dimension standpoint. Every bit as good when you talk about balance and build. Maybe not quite as good right at the ground as we find in our eventual class winner. Young man's got a really neat one. This one probably is as wide at the top of his hip as any of the 3. I mean, just really spread very wide behind his shoulder to that portion of his body. He's not as stout in his forelimb, certainly not as big in his foot, absolutely not as wide at his chest. Doesn't come at me at the base of his chest quite as well. He's not as authentic when you study him from the top of his skeleton to the base of the ground. That one is cool to look at from the side. Has a great side build, really good when you get off of him. He's got a huge hip. I like those things about him. You got a junior. Just some more stuff that I can use. I fall in right here. Big young lady. Young man's got a little bit older. Skeleton. Getting that one showed. Really nice job. Young lady's got one that we could change maybe just ever so slightly in her ham loin junction and then out of her hind too. That one front 2/3 is really good. Really good out of her neck, good out of her chest. Got a big forelimb, got a great foot. Shape is really good into that one's. Fix her right there. We get into one that again we change the hind leg. Just from behind. Out of that one. Got another. So, the top's it's got muscle.
Results for Class L 401. First place, Addie Owensby, Union 4H, tag 90585. Second place, Paige Layton, Debaca 4H, tag 8. Third place, Jacob Mora, Doña Ana 4H, tag 77024. Fourth place, Araya Garcia, Roosevelt 4H, tag 28646. In class
The one right there that's got a big back hind leg. I think between the two here that are in the ring. When he gets big up top, we'll find it. Down right there at the top of his crest, maybe change him right there out of his hip. He wants to duck his tail, get his foot underneath him from behind. This is the one that I got a thought that I'd build the class around. He's finer in his feature. He's my compliments to the young people, the breeders in the back. You just keep reloading them, and they just keep coming. Really an excellent set of Durocs, but I think one to win is the young man's here to my left. And I think if you do that, after you do that, that's the pretty easy decision for me, and then there's some other decisions to make. That's the Burley built one that's stout bladed and got a great fore. Mention from the side, he's got a great look, got a great balance, uses his skeleton well. Got two other really nice built. This young one, and it just. I don't know how design one that's stout and burly and square, and I think he followed. Change him right there out of his front end, but one that's built so good. He's so genuine in the way he's constructed. I really like that about him. Young man's got a bigger outline one. He's more extended. He's not as good, and there's a couple I'm going to talk about, as we try and get these things to hold their head way up high. And we try and get them to have that really neat look. We can sometimes advantage of their hind leg, and this one, when he gets his head way up high, he wants to kind of swivel and not use his hip quite as well as he would like to, and wants to peg that hind leg to the ground. But beyond that, he's not as stout in his bone work. He's not as big in his forelimb, certainly not as big in his hind. That bone doesn't match the muscle that he's got on the top side of it. Good design one that comes next. Really well. He simply runs. He's got on the top side of his blade. There, we just need to give him a shot of muscle from. He's cranked way up high. It wants to put his hind leg outside of him. Ended one. He wants to close up just a little bit, want to get right in behind him from behind, particularly as he cranks on that head and makes him doesn't kind of balance quite as well as we like. Young man's got a big top, big centered one that maybe doesn't kind of come together quite as well from a skeletal build standpoint. Wants to roll out of his hip and maybe doesn't handle his hind leg quite as well. Gets a little more forward in his shoulder and maybe gets a little outside of himself, gets a little more what I'd call bulldog shape out of his shoulder, but that. He's big topped, he's big centered, he's got a great kind of centered engine working inside of him. Then we get into some differences in just hind leg design and what we'd like to change. I thought Romaine probably had the best chest and shape of rib, probably the best look from the side from a balance standpoint. We redesigned a shot of. Got the biggest chest, he's got the biggest center body, got the most muscle. On their hind leg, and so we'll offer them a little more. Use their rock pigs. Let's give those kids a great big round of applause.
Results. Two, 7, 7. Tag 76100. Third place, Donia Roosevelt 4H, tag tag 77062. Please bring to the ring.
again, just keep bringing them in. An awful good set of Durocs, but you got to get to this pair. I like the gilt in this pair to win the class. I think if you study that pair, that's the stouter featured, bigger bladed, bigger forearmed gilt. She's got more muscle shape. She's bigger when you get right into the rear third of her body. She's better up out of her neck, head, and front end, and just a little better from a side build standpoint. Love the barrel's elevation. Height the shoulder and his look from the side. Wants to kind of pound his hind leg just a little bit from behind as we kind of work on this drive. A little bit more flexible as the drive has gone on. She's a little stouter in her forelimb. She's a little bigger in her foot, just a little burlier. When you study her right up in through her chest floor, that's an awfully awesome. Comes just a little shorter sided, maybe a little shorter out of his rump, and gets a little steeper out of his rump than we find in our eventual top pair. But that's a good built one that's got a great rib and got a great engine inside of him. Got good shape on his top, big out and got lots and lots of muscle. Really got a good shape in his forerib. I love his depth of flank and his just basic build from the side. Again, want to his tail, square his rump. Want to match what we've got on the front side with those two, but that one's awesome. Young lady's got one that I just love from the side. That one's got as neat a build from the side as any of them. Shoulder extremely well. Got a good front end in him. Length of rump's good. Get into that one and start pulling him apart and saying, how does that one work from a meat hog shape standpoint, from a market hog shape standpoint, and we give up a lot of muscle compared to the ones that we had right on the front side of him. He's not as square in his blade. He's not as big down his top. He's not as bold when you get right into the rear third of his body, and so that one probably gives up some from a muscle standpoint, has every bit as much good from a show ring presence standpoint. Long-bodied, long rump, really extended fronted one that's got a good chest, maybe a little finer in her feature, particularly when you get there from behind. Doesn't have that mass and bone work that we had in some of those hogs when they had on the front side. Maybe not quite the fill in the center portion of that one's body. Not that depth of rib, that sweeper rib, not that depth when you get into the lower third of that one's body fill. This one's got a good shape on the top side of her body. The job of getting this one showed, and by that I mean she kind of covers up her hind legs, and that's where this one gets in trouble, in that she doesn't use her hind leg quite well enough. She wants to swivel and work out of her hip and maybe not stretch and use that leg quite as well, not plant it forward and drive it back. She wants to kind of do this instead, and so that's what gets him in trouble. This one could just simply benefit from a shot of fill. This one gets a little bit dry and mature looking to me. Get into his head and his front end. It's a little drier and harder in the way that he's long, and he's really got an extra long body. He's got a big kind of a rump. We just need to soften that one up, give him some body fill to make that match what he's got on the top side of his skeleton. Get into one here that we know how to change her hind leg just a little bit. Long bodied, extended, very, very muscular. The hind leg on this one, and same for the young lady. Our young man, that finishes our class. So this young lady's barrel, we need to change the hind leg and maybe offer him a shot of muscle. This young man's gilt, we need to change the hind leg just a little bit. Does have a little bit more muscle, but it's a little steeper out of her rump and not quite as good from a bonework standpoint. Again, another outstanding set of Duroc Market Hogs. Let's congratulate them and give another great big round of applause. Sorry, buddy, good job.
Class L404 results. First place, James King, Loving FFA, tag 89404. Second place, Haley King, Loving FFA, tag 76337. Third place, Kylie Cabot, Quay 4H, tag 76902. Fourth place, Presley Cabot, Quay 4H, tag 76904. Fifth place, Kaylee Denton, Curry 4H, tag 76106.
Again, if you're ringside, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate our finalists here in our Duroc division. My congratulations to both these young people. Really, two very excellent Durocs, and there's some similarities, and then there's some differences. The young man's got, I just think this one is dense. I mean, you study his forelimb, and you study the way he comes at you in his chest, and the squareness that he's got on the top side of his body, and the squareness that he's got in his rib. That front third, I think, is built as good as about you can do it. Got a big blade, got a big chest. Really like the way that one's shaped. Where does his problem come in? Problem comes out of his hip. He doesn't want to maybe use his hind leg quite as well as what we find in maybe the other in the gilt, but that's that's probably where you hick him up. Young man's gilt is one that I just love the proportions, the balance, the look. And that one's got muscle too. You get on the top side of that one, spreads extremely well behind her blade. Really got shape when you get in the center of her body. Big out of her rump and big out of her hip. Where's her advantage? She's just so flexible. She gets out and uses the ring well, and she's not refined in her bone work in any stretch. That one's got a big blade and big forearm and got a big foot. I think that extra correctness of skeleton is what's going to make that one win. I like the gilt to be our champion here in our Duroc division. So we had in that second from our second division, and one that I talked about. I like a lot of things, big top, big ended, lots of muscle. One that balances, I think, well from the side. One that, I guess, like our class winner from our first division, you maybe change ever so slightly there out of his hip and on his hind leg. And so that's where maybe this one gets a little closer for me. I think ones that, in both of them, you'd probably get a little bit critical there out of their hip and hind leg. So again, as you study that pair, which one probably more closely follows our gilt? I like the bear of that second in the second class to be our reserve champion out here today.
Champion Duroc, James King, tag 89404. Reserve Champion Duroc, Haley King, tag 76. Please bring Class L 405 Hampshire to the show ring. Class L 405.
Really just an outstanding set of Hampshires to get us started. And I think really lots of quality all the way throughout, and lots of different things that you can talk about and place your alignments a little give and take in kind of how you want to. But I think at the end, and I think there's a lot of ways you can sort them. But I think the one that I like is the young lady in the black shirt. She's going to go ahead and win the class. I think that is a tall-shouldered, square-chested, good-built one that's got muscle and dimension. She's square and really good at the top side of her blade, extra good at the base of her. Really comes at you with authority. It's got muscle and dimension as she leaves you. Has a great look. Good things. That gets closer to me. Study that pair, and as you kind of align them, I think the young man's bear is probably just a little bit more correct in his skeleton's got a little better hip and hind leg. He's maybe a little plainer in his face, a little lower in the front third of his body, but that one's stout and he's square and he's level. I think he's better in those running gear, and he uses his hip and hind leg better. Good kind of pig. Young lady's got one that I love the front 2/3 of. That's a long neck, long bodied one that's burly chested, big top, wants to completely. I mean, when you watch that one's hind two set down, they are then the. And so maybe he doesn't handle those hind two quite like we need him to say that we need to manufacture those and have thousands and thousands of them that we can. He's got a really nice one here that pops out next. And this one's got a great build and a great look. And again, one that's maybe a junior high kind of a barrel at a high school dance, if you know what I'm saying. He's a barrel that maybe you change ever so slightly on his hind leg just a little bit, but neat built, got a great head, got a great neck. I mean, just study that runs front third, and that one is so cool in the way that he's constructed. Got a huge chest, got a great shape when you get right behind his shoulder, really opens up in the center of his body extremely well. Again, just redesign that hip and hind leg a little bit, but that one's awfully good. Yeah, young lady one that comes next wants to close up just a little bit right at the ground, but a good built one again. Like the design of great shape when you get right at the 10th rib. This one opens up with a great butterfly shape right there. Again, you'd maybe change this one ever so slightly, lengthen the rump in that one, maybe raise his tail just a little bit. Young man's got a really good one. And if you want to know what the look of Eye of the Tiger is, watch this young man for about 10 seconds. I mean, he's got game on, and he was game on from the time he came out of that box until I got him to smile this much just a little bit ago, right? But there's a good kind of a barrel. Great shape, great look. Really got a big kind of a back inside of him. His problem comes in his hip and hind leg. He wants to get a little shorter in his stride and maybe wants to just kind of pound him a little bit from behind. But he's done a great job. Got a great showman. Got a great future inside of this young man. Great barrel, good forelimb, great shape in his rib, big back. Just want to change his hip and hind leg ever so slightly. Squishier footed one that closes up in her knee. His knee, gets a little tighter right at the base of his chest and doesn't come at us with as much authority as we have as far as hip and muscle going away from you. And so if you could offer that one just a shot of chest width and dimension to make it match what he's got going away from you, that one could be awfully good. I was pretty critical on this one when he hit the box, this gilt, and I apologize to the young man when I brought him across. We had to add an extra one to the class to get it, but that's a really long spine, really good kind of a designed gilt that's got some shape and muscle. Not as good at the chest, doesn't open up quite as well. Really not as good right here at the base of her rib, but that one's got some neat pieces that I think are awfully good. Young man's got one again that if we could open up right at the base of his chest, this is one that you like about him because he's got a great rib, he's got a great depth of flank, he's got good shape on the center portion of his body, got a big kind of a rump, got lots and lots of muscle. He just asked that one to come right at you and then think about it, base of chest and chest width and kind of how that correlates to just natural openness and ability to grow and live, and you just think, well, maybe we need to do some things a little differently with this one. Balance just maybe gets hooked up in this one a little bit, a little shorter faced, a little more squished together right up in through her front end, wants to drop her hip and maybe doesn't square up quite as well from behind. Not as stout in her feature, not as big in her bone work, and so that's what gets this one hooked up just a little bit. Then we end with a good kind of a nice designed one as far as his length aside, his levelness, and just his build. Again, one that you'd offer just a little more natural spread, width, and dimension to. But young man does a nice job with him. My congratulations. Again, a great set of pigs, lots and lots of quality. Let's give them all a great big round of applause.
Results for Class L 405. First place, Brooke Layton, DeBaca 4-H, tag 76252. Second place, Javen Webb, Fort Sumner FFA, tag 76286. Third place, Gavin Morrow, Des Moines FFA, tag 2880. Fourth place, Neely Burrow, Dora FFA, tag 90978. Fifth place, Riata Valdez, Union 4-H, tag 28820. Please bring Class L 407 to the ring.
Again, you just keep bringing them, just another awfully good set of them. And I think, again, you sort through them and kind of align them the way you want. To me, the one that, again, combines balance and look and design and build, I like the youngest man's barrel to my left here to go ahead and win the class. I think that's a stout-featured, square level, good, correct one that's got shape and muscle. He's got a good kind of a build, got a big chest. He's opened up and tall-shouldered, got a nice, neat look. Got great shape when you get on top of him, got big out of his rump. And I had to mention, you'd make him travel just a little bit longer out of his stride from behind. If you're going to get critical on that one, you maybe say he's a little shorter stepping behind if you're going to make him ideal. But I think from a build and look and design, squareness, natural build and muscularity, I think that's the one to win. Young lady comes closest to me is second. I think one that, again, you love the muscle, you love the shape, extension, you love the side build and the look that one's got. Maybe not as stout in her forelimb, certainly not as good at her knee or at the base of her chest as we find in our eventual class winner, but one that, again, you love the side build up, you love the extension and length in the front end, the build from the side, the muscle, the dimension, and the squareness and levelness to her rump. That's where she's got an advantage over the barrel that comes third. Longer and level in her rump, square right there, better out of her hip and on her hind leg. She's a gilt that probably is just a little square when you get right on the top side of her skeleton, and no doubt has more dimension as she gets right away from you. Really good design barrel that's got a neat look from the side. I think that one balances extremely well. He's a barrel that maybe doesn't have quite as much when you get it right on the top side of him as my top two, but he's one that certainly has enough dimension to go ahead and fit right there into third. Young man's got a really neat one from a lot of perspectives. This one's big at the top of his blade. He's long in his spine. He's a barrel that when you study him at his base, he's got some chest, and we like that about him. Want to raise his tail, want to elevate him a little bit at the point of his shoulder, just a little bit to make him balance. So we had in those three that we started the class off with. He wants to run downhill just a little bit, and then from time to time wants to duck his hip and maybe drop his tail just a little bit. And so we just want to change those couple of things about him to make him more competitive here on the front side of the drive. Told the young lady, if we were just talking about side build, this one I think is really neat from the side. Shoulder and hip are extremely good. Length of rump is, I think, extremely good. And this one's really got a neat side build. Where we get into trouble, and I use the example of we've got an Arnold Schwarzenegger on the top side and we got chicken feet on the bottom, and so maybe not quite as much stoutness of bone work, and she took it well. She was a good sport about it. Maybe not as much stoutness of bone work, not as much, as much foot and forearm in this one to match the muscle that he's got on the top side of his skeleton, and so that puts him out of balance a little bit because those pieces and parts don't match together quite as well as we'd like to. Young man's got a nice built, good design one that's got some ribbon body and got some muscle. He wants to run downhill just a little bit. Maybe he doesn't balance quite as well. Wants to swivel out of his hip just a little bit, but a good built, good bodied one that's got shape and body, got power and muscle. We're going to get into some variances as far as hind leg design and kind of how you'd like to redesign them. Here's, again, a long spine one that's muscular. It's got some chest and some body. We'd redesign her hip and hind leg just a little bit. That one wants to roll out just a little bit more than ideal. Young man's got one here that, again, has got some muscularity, got some dimension. We'd maybe soften this one up in her spine just a little bit. One that maybe, again, we'd roll out of her hock just a little bit differently when you get right in behind her in the way that she wants to use that skeleton right there from behind. Young lady's got a long spine one that's really extended, really got a good kind of a balance. One that probably needs a shot of muscle, needs a shot of width and dimension to match the length and extension that one's got. Get a one here that, again, big in her outline, long in her spine, needs to be better on her hind leg, needs to be just a notch wider and bolder when you get right at the ground. Same for the young man's pig that's going to come out next, one that we need to make just a notch bolder right at the ground, one that we need to make just a little different on her hind leg. Again, another outstanding set. Let's reward our young people and give them a great big round of applause.
Results for Class L407. First place, Caden May, DeBaca 4H, tag 76284. Second place, Brooke Layton, DeBaca 4H, tag 89222. Third place, Riata Valdez, Union 4H, tag 28819. Fourth place, Jacob Lane Sarno, Torrance 4H, tag 77655. Fifth place, Lauren Henson, Artesia FFA, tag 76313. Please bring Class L408 to the show ring. We will take a 30-minute lunch break after the Champion Hamp Drive. 30-minute lunch break after the Champion Hamp Drive. Exhibitors, Leprino will be furnishing pizza at 12:30 for you today. Pizza at 12:30 for the exhibitors, provided by Leprino.
Another just outstanding set of Hampshires, and I think this is the pair we got to land on. I think two awfully good ones right here on the front side. I think of the pair, there's one of them that just so complete in its build, so complete in its design, and one that just gives you the look from the side, the look that we want, the shape and muscle that we want. I like the young ladies barrow to win the class. I think just really a stout, square one that has got a big back and a big rump and got a neat look when you get off the side of it. His advantage over the barrow here is it's bigger out of his hip, square from behind. He's fuller and just got more shape of rib and body in the center portion of him. He's just a little fuller when he got into the rear third of him, and he's one that just balances so well. Young man's barrow probably reaches just a little better. One that is a little longer when you study him from the side, a little longer when you study him right in through his rump. He's a barrow that I loved from the side and build from. He's maybe not quite as powerful, doesn't have quite as much punch. Weight on top of him doesn't have as much punch when you get right in behind him, but an awfully good one in his own right. Build, look, balance, design. I think that's a really good pair on the front side of this class. Young lady gets into one that I love the front 2/3 of this one really well. A big-chested one that's got a huge back. If you want to study just top shape and coming out of the top side of its blade and into a good kind of a rib, this one does that extremely well. I think if you can see relative in the ring side relative to the two that we had to start the class, this one's not as good out of his hip or on his hind leg. It's a little shorter in his rump. That causes him to pound his hind leg just a little bit. He doesn't reach and use his skeleton quite as well as those two, but that's an awfully good one in his own right. Lots of quality as well. Time's going to work on the next two. That's what's going to get both of them in trouble. This one's just, you start looking at maturity and start studying the way this one's rib is designed, and time's just kind of working on him. He's getting big, and he's drying up in his rib. He's drying up in his heart. He's drying up in the center portion of his cavity, and so that one just kind of runs out of gas right there. Young lady's hug that comes next is one that, as you study him here too, just getting big, and he's wanting to just dry up, and his rib just gets a little flatter. He doesn't have that shape of rib, that outwardness of body cavity that we find in the other two, or particularly those two that we drive the class off with, and that's what gets him in trouble. Young man's got one that we change ever so slightly on his hind two, or on her hind two, I should say. Stouten her up in her bone work from behind, and we give her just a shot more muscle in the lower third of her body to make her match what she's got behind her blade. She maybe doesn't carry that all the way down into the rear third of her body like she's got on the front side of her body. And we end with one that you like the front 2/3 of really well. You really just need to change that one in its hind leg all the way around in the way that he uses it, but good bodied one that's got shape and muscularity. Congratulations. Another outstanding set. Let's give him a great big round of applause.
Results for Class L 408. First place, Micah Lightfoot, Logan FFA, tag 76881. Second place, Caden May, Debaca 4H, tag 76270. Third place, Haley King, Loving FFA, tag 76335. Fourth place, Braden Lightfoot, Logan FFA, tag 76882. Fifth place, Kylie Stevenson, Roosevelt 4H, tag 28653.
Again, if you're ringside, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate our finalists here in our Hampshire division. Give you a look inside of a judge's mind for a second. I guess, when you're doing a division and you've gone through multiple classes and you finish up a class, you think, all right, you start to go back through it mentally, kind of have an idea maybe what you think you're going to do when they come back, and then they start rolling back in, and you either confirm or deny it. And I'll be honest with you, when I put the microphone down on the last class, and then I went through them mentally, I had an idea which way I thought they needed to go, and then they roll back in, and I don't think that it's that way anymore. I think as you study the three that are here in the ring, I think, balance and look and design and build's really good. And I've always been a guy that starts at their chest. I just firmly believe that when you think about hogs that have the ability to grow, the ability to survive, the ability to deal with a health challenge, to deal with getting up, getting down every day and just surviving, it really starts with one that's got some chest, got some shape of rib, got some body. They simply have more capacity for lung. They simply have more capacity for heart and stomach and all those kind of things that make one just want to survive more, want to give up, want to get up, want to eat and do. And so that's just the way I've sorted them forever. But to get them back out here, they separate themselves a little differently than what I thought they maybe would when I turned around and put the microphone down after the last class. I think there's one that's got a distinct advantage when you get them all three back together. It's just the way that he's built coming right at you, and the way that he shapes when you get out of his shoulder, and the way that he shapes in through his forearm. He is a man compared to two other ones, the way that he's built in that proportion of his body. Get off the side of him, they balance as well. Study the way that they all three uses their feet and legs, and he's one that kind of just fits in the pattern of all three. I like the barrel that wins the middle class to be our champion out here today. We had in the gilt that was second, and she doesn't have what the barrel had that wins the drive. This one's not as good at the ground, not as good in through her forerib, doesn't shape quite as well. So if we're going to go that route, there's one of them that's quite a bit better from a build and design, from a center body and shape. I like the heavyweight barrel to be our reserve champion out here today.
Champion Hampshire, Caden May, tag 76284. Reserve Champion Hampshire, Michael Lightfoot, tag 76881. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Lamb exhibitors, please bring your fine wool and fine wool crosses for classification. Attention in the barn. Caden, May, you need to take your hamp tag 76270 to the testing area. Terry Racher to the livestock office, please. Terry Racher to the livestock office.
Attention in the hog barn. We will resume the show at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We will resume the show at 1 o'clock.
Attention in the lamb barn, please take everything that has not been classified to the classifier. Anything that has not been classified. Please bring Class L49 Chester White to the ring. Class L49. Last call for lambs that need to be classified. Last call for lambs that need to be classified.
Set of Chester's to get to start, and I think for me to win is the young lady's barrel here to my left. And I think if you study that one and you've got to watch me this morning, you know that's the one I'm going to land on. That's the stout burly one that's got a big chest and big top and a big rump. He's fresh. He's shaped good in his rib. He's got a good kind of shape of body. He's got a big kind of hip and rump, and yet one that I think you get off. You think he balances and uses his skeleton, I think, extremely well. If we could spread this one open a little bit at his knee, then that's the one I go. Then this one wins the class. But he's not as good right there at the base of his chest. He's not as good right there at his knee. But that is a neat-looking, tall-shouldered, good-built one that's got a great neck and head, got a great kind of hip and hind leg. He's shapely up over his top, big out of his rump. He's a bear that's got a tremendous look from the side, uses his feet and legs extremely well. I think his advantage over the bear that comes in 3, he's proportioned a little better. His length of side, his length of rump is better. I think his look up in through his head and neck is better. I think he's just simply got more muscle, and so that's what I think separates the pair. This one's probably a little better right there at his knee than what our second place barrel is, but he's a little longer, a little more extended. He gets a little flatter and drier. When you get into the center of his body, he doesn't have as much just going away from you as we had in that top pair of them. A good body one comes next. Rib and depth of flank is good, and levelness of design is good. You can see that we're in a whole different level as far as stoutness of structure, bigness of just forearm and foot, and just not being as powerful as maybe some of those that we had on the front side of our class. But she's level, she's correct, got a big hip, she's got some body, she's got some dimension. Here's probably a more conventionally designed one, a little quicker, a little rounder kind of built one. Wants to get just a little more hesitant in her step out of both ends. One that maybe is just a little rounder and quicker in her overall build, that you maybe extend out just a little bit. But she's got some muscle, she's got some width and some dimension. She's fresher by a good stretch over the barrel that comes next. She's shapely up over her top. She's got more just spread and dimension all the way throughout. The barrel that comes next is a big outline kind of hog that simply needs to be a little fresher and have a little more muscle. Need to freshen this one up quite a bit. I need to give it a little more shape of rib and body, and give it just a little more turn in the center portion of its skeleton. And then we end with one that maybe you just change her hind legs a little bit, and the way that she's designed from a skeletal standpoint, maybe just make her use those feet and legs just a little differently. Really a nice set of Chesters. My congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Good job, hon. Let's give them a great big round of applause.
Results for Class L409. First place, Lauren Hinson Artesia FFA, tag 76315. Second place, Kaysen May, Debaca 4-H, tag 76272. Third place, Micah Lightfoot, Logan FFA, tag 76885. Fourth place, Kylie Stevenson, Roosevelt 4-H, tag 28654. Fifth place, McKinnon Stevenson, Roosevelt 4-H, tag 28645.
Really an awesome set of Yorkshires to get through. We call them white up-eared ones. Yorkshires, I think really an awesome set of them to sort through here in our first class. That being said, I think that's the one. Talk about design and, just correctly designed and built and yet stout and wide and bold. Got a neat look from the side, tall-shouldered, great-headed, wide-chested, bold-sprung. Got a great side build, really shaped well when you get on him. So I think he uses his skeleton really well. Closer decisions for me is in 2 and 3. We got one that maybe you change ever so slightly, right? I think her problem comes in her ham-loin junction. She wants to pinch right there, and that probably shortens her stride out of her hip and rump just a little bit. And you got one here that's probably a little more elevated up out of her shoulder, and what that does is makes her a little more restricted up out of her blade and front end, and that makes her a little shorter strided up front. Part of that is just like we talked about in the Duroc deal, is we try and show them with their head somewhere up in the lights. We make them a little bit straighter fronted. We make them just a little bit that away, and so that's part of how we exhibit them, but that's also part of how that one's built. She's just a little more he's just a little more forward in his shoulder. That being said, he's a good-bodied one that's got good shape and got a neat look from the side. He's big-ended and got some quality. So that's kind of the give and take. I guess I like the gilt, just a little more extra length aside. Again, shape and muscularity, good build, good design. She's going to be second. The Barrow's got to come in third. Good job, young lady. Good job. The one that's going to pop out next is one that initially when you see him just blows you away. That's a big-chested, big-back, big-ended one that's got lots and lots of power and dimension. He's extra long-bodied and really extended in his build. Tremendously big-chested, big-bladed, and got lots and lots of muscle. And then you get around him and you ask him to go away from you, and then you realize where his problem is and that he wants to kind of roll out of his hock and maybe bow his hind legs just a little bit. So he's not as comfortable there on his hind two as what he needed to be. Wants to, again, just maybe not handle them quite as well as we'd like. But big-muscled, long-bodied, extended, certainly one that's bold and got a big chest and got lots and lots of product. Young lady gets into one that's a little problem comes on the other end, and that she wants to almost cross her front feet when she gets in motion. She's squishier footed. She too, that Barrow is one that maybe you'd stretch just a little differently out of his hind leg. That being said, that is a tremendously big backed, big centered, really good rib shaped, good designed one from the side, balances extremely well. We just need to change the running gear on both ends to get that one really excited for me. Really a neat one from the side. This one's kind of cool just to look at. Make this one stand still and look at him, and he's one that I like really well. Want to change him at his knee just a little bit, spread him open a little bit. He too wants to roll out of his hock, but I think it was his left one. I'm not right in behind him to see it, but wants to roll out of one of those hocks. So we'd fix him just a little bit in that portion of his body. But one that is killer from the side and got a really, really neat kind of a look. Want to run this one uphill just a little bit in his front end. He wants to maybe run downhill and doesn't maybe balance quite as well from the side as some of those that we had. But that's a good-bodied one that's got some muscle and he's got some dimension. He's got some shape, a little plainer face, a little shorter neck. Again, just want to elevate him a little bit right there at the point of his shoulder to make him balance. And that's where this one's got an advantage. That is a taller-shouldered, better-headed, better-necked one that's more extended right there in the forward region of his body and just got a better look there. This one wants to roll his hock just a little bit. This one wants to get a little plainer in the way that he's built into the rear third of his body as far as his muscularity out of his hip and in through his rump. He's just not quite as good there. Sorry about that. Get into one that's just kind of a functional pig. He's long-bodied, he's level, he's sound. He's not as stout. He doesn't have that wow factor that some of those that we had in the front side of the class did. But just think about just fundamentally good kind of pigs. This one's level. He's square. He's got muscle. He's got dimension. He's got good body. He's flexible. He gets out and moves good. He just doesn't have some of that wow factor in some of those that we had on the front side of the class. Young lady ends with one that, again, you'd stouten up in her bone work just a little bit to make her match all the mass that she's got. You'd change her out of her hind leg just a little bit, strengthen on her pasture, and square her in her hock just a little bit from behind. But she's good-bodied. She's big-muscled. She's got lots and lots of power and dimension. Really a nice set of Yorkshires. Let's give them a great big round of applause.
Results for the York class: first place and champion New York, Addie Owensby, Union 4H, tag 28829. Second place, reserve champion York, Kaylee King, tag 76356. Third place, Addie Lafferty, Sanhone FFA, tag 76888. Fourth place, Brooke Layton, Debaca 4-H, tag 89225. Fifth place, Gavin Morrow, Des Moines FFA, tag 28809. Please bring Class L411 to the ring.
Really an awesome set of crossbreds to sort, and lots of quality and lots of different ways you could probably sort them. I think you got to sort and land on this young man's barrel straight in front of me to win the class. I think that's the one. That's the one you got to land on. That's a good design, good built one that's got a great look from the side. He's flexible. He uses his skeleton correctly. Big back, big rump. Got a neat look, and I think he balances up extremely well. I think the tougher decision comes in 2 and 3 for me. You've got kind of two different kinds of pigs. There's some similarities in them, but there's some very differences. Young ladies, predominantly black barrels, a big-chested, tall-shouldered, good-looking one from the side. Maybe he's not as square out of his rump, maybe not as completely massive in his bone work as some, but he's so flexible. He's so good from a rib shape, squareness, and muscularity standpoint. I just think that there's just enough flexibility and design and levelness and squareness in him. He needs to be the barrel that goes second. Young lady's got a very good blue barrel here that I like a lot of things about. I've got a great big hip and got a great big rump. Really big when you study him in that rear third of his body. He's a barrel that maybe you'd freshen right at the top of his neck. He's a barrel that wants to maybe just be a little straighter up out of his blade and out of his front end. He comes a little shorter right there in the way that he's made into his neck. Young lady gives up some from his stoutness of structure and foot, not as stout in his bone work, but got a neat kind of a look and that neat kind of a build when you get off the side of this one's got a great shape when you get on top of him, and I like that about him. We're going to get into a pair of them here that we need to redesign their hip and hind leg just a little bit. Good job, young lady. Need to redesign their hip and hind leg just a little bit. This is a big-chested one. It's got a huge back and got a neat look from the side. Wants to kind of pound them when you get right in behind her. Doesn't want to maybe use that hind leg quite as well as what I'd like. Same for the young lady's belted one. Good-chested, good-bodied one that's got muscle. Wants to kind of pound that one, particularly her left. Doesn't want to use that one quite as well as he'd like. She does a phenomenal job of showing that out of him, because if she'd try and ask that one to find another gear, we'd be able to see that quite a bit more. So that's called a good relationship between her and the pig. She gets it out of him what she shouldn't. Want to redesign this one's hind leg as well, but a good bodied one that's fresh and got shape, and I got a neat kind of a look. Again, just want to pull that one's hind leg inside of it just a little bit and make it just a little bit more flexible right there, or the way that he uses his hip and hind leg. Get into a pair of predominantly black ones that are a little plainer faced, a little shorter necked, a little more jammed together. I thought this one had just a little more shape and was a little bigger when he got right in behind her. Behind them, but again, two that have good bodies, good kind of bone work and good kind of build. They're just a little shorter necked, a little shorter body, a little shorter rump, just a little more jammed together all the way relative to those that we had to use above them, and so that's what kind of gets them in trouble. Get into one here that maybe doesn't balance quite as well, shorter in her neck and shorter in her rump, and then really long in the center portion of her body, not as stout in her foot and bone work. We'd square her up just a little bit on her hind leg. Same for the young man's calico colored bear. We changed just a little bit on his hind leg, but a good kind of a hog as far as stoutness of blade and bigness of top. I would certainly like that about him. Really, again, an excellent set of crossbreds, lots of quality. Let's give him a great big round of applause.
Results for Class L411. First place, Caden May, Debaca 4H, tag 76280. Second place, Presley Cavett, Quay 4H, tag 76907. Third place, Kaylee King, Loving FFA, tag 76332. Fourth place, Kylie Stevenson, Roosevelt 4H, tag 27979. Fifth place, Addie Owensby, Union 4H, tag 28825. Please bring Class L412 to the ring. Class L412.
really another excellent set of barrows. And I've got, your name is? Jake, and I agree. There is a class winner here. I went over and asked him if he had one, and he agreed with me. It's this one right here. Congratulations. I think really just a really good square, correct, good balanced one that's got great shape, got a good look. Get on top of him and he squares up, I think, extremely well. Got a neat build from the side, flexible, stout featured, really got a good look. Where is his advantage over the barrow, the blue barrow that comes second? He's better out of his hip and hind leg. He's a little more flexible right there. This is a stout featured, square chested one that's big back, long bodied. He too's got a great head and neck and got a neat kind of carriage about him. I really like that. He just wants to stab his right hind from time to time. Maybe not flex quite as well right there. That's an awfully good one right there as well. We get a little plainer face when we go here in 3 and 4. They're a little shorter in their neck and a little plainer up into their front end. They get just a little bit more muscle. He's bigger backed. He's square behind. Got more muscle out of his hip, and he's got more dimension to his rump, and so that's what I thought separated the pair between 3 and 4. But awfully good one here to drive out in 3. Young lady's got one that's really tall-shouldered and got a kind of a neat body. He too comes a little more jammed up in his front end. I didn't see him quite as square behind his blade. He's not as big when he gets in the center portion of his body as far as his squareness of back and his muscularity. Certainly doesn't have as much power when you get right in behind him. But again, tall-shouldered, got a great body shape, got a neat look when you get off the side of him. I think a really good kind of hog to sit right here. Get into a predominantly black one that comes next. A really nice young lady here that I think it does an excellent job. A good-bodied one, really got a great shape in his rib, and he's one that level and squared, correct from a build. Not as stout in his bone work. Doesn't have those extra ESTs maybe that we had and those hogs on. Again, level, square, correct, uses his skeleton. He's got some muscle, got some dimension. I thought one that fit in here very nicely. It's a bear that when he first hit the ring, I was concerned about maybe how he handled his hind leg, and he still doesn't necessarily use his left quite right, but that one's so neat in the front 2/3 of his body. Head and neck and squareness of blade and shape from behind. Again, just want to get maybe a little better in the way he uses it. But one that's really good front 2/3 of his body. Good job, young man. Here, this black barrow, he and the one just prior to him are ones that I brought across at the end. This one's got a great body. That one's pretty narrow. Even an authentic in the center of his body, if we're going to say he needs to run up towards the top end of the class. Offer this barrow a little bit more stoutness of skeleton to make him match the tremendous mass that he's got on the top side of his body. Maybe offer him just a little bit more stifle it gets away from us. That's a nice balanced one that puts all the pieces and parts together from a skeleton standpoint, but he simply runs out of gas when you get on him. We need to freshen this one up just a little bit in his top and maybe change him ever so slightly on his hind two. We're going to change him here. Another one that maybe we change ever so slightly on their hind two, and maybe freshen this one up if you study his face just a little bit. Freshen him up just a little bit, but a good skeleton one that's level and square and has a nice look from the side. Really, again, an excellent set of crossbreds. Let's pause.
Results for Class L412, first place, Cole Kircher, Dora FFA, tag 91201. Second place, King FFA, tag 7634. Third place, Page 8920. Fourth place, to 3. Fifth place, Allie Adams, Doña Anna 4-H, tag 77033. Please bring Class L413 to the ring.
Another excellent set, and again, one to land on. I like the Blue Barrel to win the class, and I think if you study him, again, relative to what we've been using, that's the one that fits the bill. Level, square, correct, good body, got a great chest, good shape, good look, balances, uses his skeleton right. This does lots and lots of really good things in one package. Young man in the blue shirt's going to come in second, and I think one very similar to that one as far as stoutness and squareness and correctness. I think, again, lots of quality there. Maybe this one's a little plainer in his head and neck. He's a little shorter in his face, shorter in his neck, a little coarser up in that portion of his body. But that's a good skeleton one that's got shape and got muscularity. Young lady has got a good barrow too, that he's good design. He's got a great look from the side. Gives up some from a stoutness, a skeleton standpoint, for sure on his hind limb, if not his forelimb as well. He's a bear that maybe is not just quite as powerful, particularly coming right at you, in through his chest floor and the way that he's made in his knee and front end. Maybe not as highly presented, but a bear that I think if you study through that really needs to find his way here to the front side of the class. That's a stout four-limbed barrow that's got stout forelimb gilt that's got shape and got muscularity. She's sound, she's flexible, she gets out and moves well. Again, one that's maybe a little softer footed, one that maybe you just elevate ever so slightly at the point of her shoulder. But I think a lot of the basic things are here inside this one, and she needs to find her way to the front side. We're completely different kind of a pig here, and this one is very unique for different reasons. This is an extremely tall-shouldered, really elevated kind of a barrow that's really extended. Got just tremendous extension through the foreportion of his body. Get into the center of that one's body, and relative to all those we've talked about, he's got the least muscle shape. He's the most nondescript in the way that he's made in his top shape or out of his hip and out through his rump. And so we need to give that one a shot of true muscle to match his elevation, his length, and his extension. Young lady's got another one that we really like, the elevation and extension, but we need to give that one just a shot of power and dimension. Need to open him up and give him maybe just a shot of bone work as well. Say for the young man's barrow, just a good design, good built one that we need to stouten up and maybe bolden up just a little bit, offer it a little more natural spread and dimension down low, and then we get that one up. Different kind here, maybe a little bit more conventionally constructed, one that's certainly quite a bit shorter hipped, but good body, good shape, and got a neat kind of skeleton in her. We just need to maybe make that one a notch bigger, for sure make that one a notch longer. Get into the fun-colored one, and this one is bigger and longer and more extended. That comes at an expense, and that one's a little drier in her rib and a little drier in her heart. She gets a little tighter out of her blade and maybe pounds them just a little bit more. From a looseness, a skeleton standpoint, maybe not quite as good as some of those on the front side of her. A long-spined one here that's really extended, that's just a little flatter in its build. We changed that one out of its hind too just a little bit. Then we end with a plainer built one that's a little coarser neck, shorter fronted, one that's a little, again, flatter in his stifle. Maybe it doesn't have the power that we had in some of those hogs on the front. Again, another outstanding set of barrows. Let's give them a great big round of applause.
Results for Class L 14-13. First place, Addie Owensby, Union 4-H, tag 90581. Second place, Javen Webb, Fort Sumner FFA, tag 76265. Third place, Alyssa Jones, Santa Fe 4-H, tag 68136. Fourth place, Brianna Villanueva, Carrizoso FFA, tag 89785. Fifth place, Rio Wall, Debaca 4-H, tag 76258. Please bring Class L 414 to the ring.
If you haven't showed your pig yet, this is your last and final chance. Get to the wash rack.
them, and they're awfully good. We had 13, so we just kept just your patience. Again, really an outstanding set, but again, there's one to land on. Young lady's barrel right here in front of me is the class winner. If we just talk about pulling one apart and studying him, his squareness, his stoutness, his levelness, his correctness, and yet really got a big back and a big hip, and yet put him in motion, flexible, and got a great look, got a great balance, and I think just does a lot of really good things in one package. The real decision for me comes in two. Young man with a predominantly black barrel and the young lady here to my right are the two that are in in discussion for second, because both of those I think have lots of quality. Hold on for just a second. I'm talking about them. All right, guys, guys and gals, I should say. Both of them have some things that you really like. That's a tall-shouldered one that's got shape and muscularity. Not as stout in his bone work as the one that we used to win. Maybe not just have that extra punch or burliness in him as the one that we win. This one's probably got just a little bit more of that stoutness, but maybe not as good at the ground and not as good right behind his shoulder. At times he wants to come just disconnected just a little bit, and so there's just a little give and take inside of him. I prefer the freshness of the barrel across the way, the predominantly back barrel, to win the to be second, but I think it's an awfully close pair. The young lady's pig right here comes in third. Fun colored one comes next, and really a good design gilt that's level and square and correct. A little plainer in her head, a little maybe older and more mature in her head, but one that's got shape and really flexible and really good. She's got muscle and dimension and power. Got a big forelimb, and I like that about her. I switched the next two because I just thought this blue barrel fits in that top 5 mold just a little better, just from a stoutness and mass and muscularity. He's maybe not as good up in through his head and front end. He's not as extended in that region of his body. But get into him and start studying the way he's shaped in his rib and his muscle over his top and his bigness of hip, and then shoulder and hip is really level. That one. And you got to see that head up just a little bit there. And when he does that, that all kind of comes together and looks very, very good. Young man's got one that balances, I think, extremely well. Presence, and he just runs into the rear. Doesn't have that extra back there that we had on those hogs on the front side of the class, and so that's what gets him in trouble. He's just not quite as powerful all the way throughout. Got one with a big forelimb here, and I like that about him. One that's just got a big blade and got a big forelimb, gets a little closer at the ground. He's not as good in the center of his rib, and he's not as big when he get right in behind his blade. I don't run him uphill just ever so slightly. Get one that's a little more mature here. Got just a little, time's kind of wearing on this one. Uses skeleton. You could. That one was an awfully good hog. Got a lot of muscle in this one. Big top, big ended, lots of product and power. Doesn't balance quite as well. He's a little deeper in the way he's tied into his neck. He's a little deeper in his chin. He's a bear that's maybe not as stout in his bone work to make him match all the muscle that he's got on the skeleton. Designed one here as far as, and he's extended, or she's extended and long. Get into one that maybe you just offer a shot more power to. Certainly offer a shot more skeleton to, relative to what we've had to use on the front side of the class. Good job, bud. Again, same deal here. We just need to make this one a whisker stouter and bolder in his build. Get to a blue one, I'd change on his hind two just a little bit in the way that he travels. And we end with one that's probably just a little flatter and narrower, gives up some of the muscle and dimension that we had in some of the hogs on the front side of the class, but a good skeleton one that's level and correct. Again, and now another outstanding set of bears. Let's give them all another great big round of applause. Good job.
Class L 414 results. First place, Addie Owensby, Union 4H, tag 90580. Second place, Grady Munson, Chavis 4H, tag 75960. Third place, Bo Wall, Debaca 4H, tag 76260. Fourth place, William Cash Spindle, Moriarty, FFA, tag 68155. Fifth place, Jacob Lane Sarno, Torrance 4-H, tag 77654. Please bring Class L415 to the ring. First and second place crosses to the wash rack, please. First and second place crosses. Grady Munson, please take your pig tag 75960 to the testing area. Grady Munson to the testing area.
I think really another outstanding set of crossbred barrows, and I think you get to this pair and you gotta say, whoa, that's what you gotta say. And I think just an awfully good pair of them, and I think one to win, and I think this one's awfully good in his own right. I really like this blue one, and I think he's awfully good. That is a stout, square, level, correct one that's got a great build, got a great head and neck, got a great presence, tremendous hip, and got a huge back, and really got a great shape and got a neat look. Take nothing away from the young lady's black-headed, white-bodied barrel. Another just outstanding, good-bodied one that maybe even a whisker stouter featured than our class winner. He's a barrel to me that's a little plainer in his face and head relative to what we had in our eventual class winner. Maybe not as good right there on his left hind as we find in our eventual class winner, but I think an awfully good one. I think an outstanding pair right in the front set. Young lady, you got an awfully good one as well. This is a tall-shouldered, burly, stout one that's got a big forelimb, and I got a neat look from the side. He runs out of gas relative to what we had in our top pair, and where I talk about running out of gas is this one gets a little more board-sided. He doesn't have that robustness, shape of rib, and that body shape that we had in that top pair. But that one's neat looking, got a great build, got a great look. He's just not as fresh in the way he's shaped in through his body. He's not as robust in the way that he's built all the way throughout. Young lady's got a great skeleton one that's got a neat look. Really balances extremely well. I think you can see that relative to what we had on the top pair or top three. We give up some as far as skeleton is concerned, elevation and extension up into that front end. Maybe not quite as elite as what we had in those front ones, but this one's awful good. If we could raise this one's tail, and then, just square him up a little bit from behind, spread him a little bit right at his knee. Here's one that kind of fits with our top pair as far as squareness and mass and dimension. He wants to drop his tail and tuck his hock just a little bit. He's a bear that maybe we can open up just ever so slightly at his knee. But that's a big back, big-ended one that I like quite a bit. Young man's got one that we need to spread open, and he drove that one up into where he needed to be. Big top, big-ended, not as good at the ground, not as good in the way he's shaped in the center of his body. But again, one that's awfully good in a lot of neat ways. We get into two or three here that are good from a build standpoint. I guess two of them, that are good from a side build standpoint, that are just flatter in their makeup. They don't have quite as much punch. There's not as much dimension as they get away from you from behind. Same for the young man's bear that comes out next. Just not as much, not as much punch. Don't have as much dimension as we get away from you. Young lady's got one that's got more shape probably than the two that are right above it. This one gets a little cresty up over the top of her blade, and she gets a little finer in her feature, closer to her knee, a plainer in her jawline, and just doesn't have that elite look up in through her front end. And one that you'd maybe change ever so slightly on her hind too. We get into a barrel here that's big and long and extended that needs to be just a notch more robust. Really just an outstanding set of hogs. Let's give our young exhibitors here another great big round of applause.
Class L 415 results. First place, Kaysen May, Debaca 4H, tag 76274. Second place, Swayze Fulmer, Eddie 4H, tag 89344. Third place, Kaya Quintana, Roosevelt 4H, tag 91178. Fourth place, Alyssa Jones, Santa Fe 4H, tag 90553. Fifth place, Ty McCarson, Doña Ana 4H, tag 77064.
So we round out our crossbred division. If you're ringside, let's put our hands together. Congratulate each of our winners here in our division. Really, we've had an outstanding set of crossbreds, just tremendous. Every class had 3 or 4 deep that was, contemplative on the top end, and made it a real challenge for me to kind of sort through. And congratulations to your parents and breeders. Just an outstanding set of pigs to work through. Get it back in here, and I think they fit together. We talk about stoutness and squareness and look and balance and muscle, being genuine, having some chest, having some body, having some shape of rib, and then having some muscularity. I think they do that very, very well. I think they complement each other very, very well. One of them's, I think, just a notch stouter and bolder, and really got a neat look, and I think for his size just ties a lot of things together. I think just very neat things. Congratulations, young man. We had in that black-headed one that was second to our eventual champion, and we talked about the quality that was in that drive. And you get him back out here, and again, he's one that's stout and square, and he fits right into the mix. And I think he's one that just kind of says, hey, I'm the one that next follows. We'll use the second in that class to be reserve champion.
There will be a 10-minute break before the grand drive. 10-minute break.
Did I get him right? Did I get him right? That's the chair. The official's the guy in the chair.
Champion Cross belongs to Kason May, tag 76274. Reserve Champion Cross, Swayze Fulmer, tag number 89344. Champion OPB belongs to Addie Owensby, tag 90584. Reserve OPB, Addie Lafferty, tag 76890. Champion Duroc, James King, tag 89404. Champion Duroc, Haley King, tag 76337. Champion Hamp, Caden May, tag 76284. Reserve Champion Hamp, 88. Champion Chester, Lauren Henson, tag 763. Reserve Chester, Kason May, tag 76272. Champion York, Addie Owensby, tag 28829. Reserve York, Lee King, tag 763. Kason May, tag 76274. Reserve Champion Cross, Swayze Fulmer, tag 89344.
Well, it's certainly been my pleasure to return, and just been an experience. And was telling Mike, you know, we may have been just a few less than what we had a year ago, but I'm going to tell you that the quality went up quite a few ratchets, and it's been just a tremendous set of pigs to work through. But more importantly, most importantly, parents and advisors and those people that work with them, what an amazing set of young people that you have. Great big round of applause here today. Just a tremendous amount of fun to interact with them, talk to them, you know, kind of maybe share my thoughts, what was happening. maybe try and get one or two of them to smile, do some different things like that. They all, took my criticism well, or my thought about their pig, or maybe my suggestion or whatever, and just were tremendous representatives, obviously, of the people you are and the young people that you're trying to raise, and just my hats off. Just a wonderful set to interact with. Before I go much further, I'm not a big speech guy, so this won't take long, but I want you to really put a great big set of round of applause together for everybody that's worked in the back, worked over here to the side, helped with the gates, done all that kind of stuff. Great big round of applause for them. It's been awesome. But just a tremendous, it's just a tremendous group of people to work with, and if you're ever on my side, they can make or break a show. I mean, they can make, for a judge particularly, they can make things go smooth and be as cordial, or they can be as just difficult to deal with. And I'm telling you, you got a first-class set to run this, and just a tremendous opportunity to work with them. So really an awesome set of pigs. Really get down to these five that are here, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry, that are here. I'll do my math a little better. And I think they represent their breeds and all that stuff, I think, exceptionally well. And I hope that as you went through the day, you saw the priorities that I lay on, the things that I think are high priorities for me. I think, have always been that way since I started judging. I don't know how many ever years ago. They've stayed that way, and then they've ebbed and flowed. I mean, how much I've judged just kind of varied based on whether the industry's like that or not, and I understand that. Times come and go based on that, and I appreciate that. But I've always tried to stay true to that, and hopefully you've been able to follow me. I won't say a lot more. I'll put them down. Give these kids one more big round of applause. You got first-class ones here.
Grand Champion Market Swine belongs to Kason May from third overall, Swayze Fulmer, Reserve Cross. Fourth overall, York. Fifth, Lauren Hinson with the Chester.